Hey everybody, this is Mark Comfort. My wife Mimi and I are owners of Cruise Holidays, and we're very, very excited to have you learn a lot about the wonderful world of Globus family of brands hosted vacations. You maybe in the past have heard the word escorts or escorted. The new terminology is hosts, and we have Mr. Scott Widenhouse, who you see his good-looking face there on the screen. He's not Robin. Robin is our representative from Globus Family of Brands. Many of you have met her, and as you know, Globus is the biggest hosted tour company in the world, or if you don't know that, now you do. And we have used Globus literally since 1996, when Mimi and I bought this building and opened up Comfort Tours and Travel. Many of you might not know that our Cruise Holidays franchise that we're kind of known for, Cruise Holidays of Kansas City, in the first 8 years of our business, they would not let us sell land-based vacations. They wouldn't let us sell all-inclusive vacations. They wouldn't let us sell Globus Family of Brands hosted land-based vacations. We had to sell cruises, and that's what our business was. So 1996, Mimi and I bought this building, and we started a subsidiary company called Comfort Tours and Travel, so that we could sell our cruise customers at that time, or anybody who wanted to book a Globus tour vacation anywhere in the world. And as Scott will tell you today, they go all over the world. And so they have been our #1 tour company, and especially hosted tour companies, since 1996. And what I want everybody here to know, and I know Scott will go over this, they're the largest hosted tour company in the world. They're well over 100 years old. They're financially stable. They hire the best tour guides, and you're going to meet one of them today, Scott. And they go to more destinations than almost anybody, if not anybody in the world. So they have the buying power to get the best hotels in Center City, or with their Cosmos brand, maybe they're outside the city, but that saves you some money. So we've got options for you there. They have done a marvelous job in the last many years. I love. They're ahead of the curve. That's what I love about Globus. They'll do, and you'll hear about some today, off the beaten path, I like to call them, which are maybe the lesser known areas of great countries like Italy or Ireland or Scotland or Germany or wherever. And you're going to hear all about that today. So it is my pleasure. And by the way, if you're here in the local area and you want to come meet Scott and Robin, we have an in-person seminar tonight at 6 o'clock here at the Cruise Holidays and Comfort Tours office. You're welcome to come on up. You do need RSVP because we've got limited seating. We're just about sold out of that, but I think the last time I saw we had 8 seats left or something like that. So you're welcome. Just call our 816-505-1500 number and tell them you want to come tonight, and we'd be honored to have you here. Scott, I think I've said enough. People are more interested in hearing from you than me. So go right ahead. But welcome to Kansas City. We're glad to have you. We're known here as the Super Bowl Kansas City Chiefs city. So welcome to Super Bowl City.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here in Super Bowl City, and my first time, in fact. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for logging in to hear me talk a little bit about the Globus family of brands, about myself, and of course, about some of the great destinations that I'd like to highlight for you today. Hopefully, at the end of this webinar, I will have whetted your appetite, and you'll be popping on down here to the office to sign up for some really interesting and fun tours in Europe. I'd like to start today actually by talking a little bit about the Globus family of brands, because we're a really old company and we have a really fascinating history. So first, though, before I do that, this beautiful picture that you're looking at right here, this is the Swiss town or Swiss city of Lucerne. It's pretty small. It's only about 55,000 people, but I love this picture because you're seeing a bridge to your left that dates back to its origins in the 1300s. A water tower is in the 1500s. The church is the 1600s, and the mountain in the background is called Mount Pilatus, and we often go up that mountain when we take excursions in Switzerland, mountain excursions, and you ride a cogwheel train that travels up at 48 degrees. It's the steepest one in the world, actually, and it's just simply fantastic. Anyway, the company has its origins dating back to 1928, and it is an interesting history. The company was founded by a man whose name was Antonio Mantegazza, and his family had little rowboats like you see on the screen there that carried lumber and other goods along Lake Lugano, which is in the southernmost tip of Switzerland, where they speak Italian. And but he was seeing a lot of tourists, European tourists, traveling through Lugano in the 1920s. Not surprising, because they had been building lots of new rail lines and people were able to take the trains everywhere, and the roads had gotten much better. And so people were visiting these new exotic destinations, if you will, and people from North Europe were able to come down south of the Alps into the Mediterranean climate. And so upon seeing all these tourists, he thought to himself, well, maybe I'll get myself a little boat and we'll transport tourists and try that and see if it works. So he bought a rowboat and on credit, and he ended up modifying it to carry tourists. And then he began doing little lake journeys around Lake Lugano, and it proved to be quite successful. He then, as his little company grew, he ended up then being able to purchase some little buses like you see here. These are little tourist buses from the 1930s. And in these little buses, he could offer excursions to European tourists that went to places like Milan or Venice or Zurich or Lucerne. These were places that were probably 4 or 5 hours away or 6 hours away by car in those days, but it was doable. The roads had gotten much, much better. And his company began to grow even more. But unfortunately, in Europe in 1938, the Second World War started. And when that happened, of course, it brought touristic activities all to a halt. No one was traveling. Americans couldn't come over anymore on the boats, and Europeans, of course, were staying in their home countries. So he was a really lucky guy, though. He actually survived the war, the business did, because he had acquired a postal route in Switzerland. And what this means is that he transported people like in city buses from one town to the next, or even around a single town. It was enough to keep him going. The war finally came to an end in 1945, and he resumed working with tourists. By the early 1950s, he thought, you know, I'd like to sell tours in America, because America's a big country and there are a lot of people there who want to come to Europe. He had already seen them in the 20s in Lugano, traveling around Switzerland. And so what he did was he began to create programs and advertising them in America. By 1958, they had 2 tours to Europe out of America. And I'll tell you, folks, one was 35 days and one was 52 days. Could you imagine asking your boss for 52 days off to go on a tour? Well, that's what it was like in those days. And so they began to sell them. How much do these tours cost? It's kind of interesting, actually. In 1958, it cost about $650 to take a 35-day tour around Europe, including your transportation on a boat across the ocean, which is pretty amazing, in fact. You had to pay for a single supplement, $24, and a private bathroom cost you another $24. By the early 1960s, we had 707s flying regularly across the ocean. Those are the first 4-engine jet created by Boeing. And so more people, of course, were coming more regularly. And Globus had developed a partnership even with TWA, and that cost about $750. The company continued to grow, still under the same family management. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we have three primary brands. We have Globus Tours, which is the original. In the 1960s, they developed a brand called Cosmos Tours, primarily for tourists from England, but today it's for everyone, English speaking. It is a very high value product, but low budget product, meaning that you'll have hotels that are perhaps not in the city center, but outside. There'll be a 3 or a 4 star. They have fewer inclusions than at Globus, and also more people inside of the coach. So again, high value, but a lower budget. In 2004, we founded our own river cruise company named Avalon Waterways. And Avalon Waterways today is represented in all the major rivers in Europe and in many around the world. We have more than 500 vacations on 6 continents, 67 countries we currently service, and we've been in business for 95 years, still under the same family management, 3rd generation. When you travel with a Globus, this is what I'd like to talk to you now a little bit. When you take an escorted vacation or you travel with Globus or any of our brands, I'd like to tell you a little bit about what you can expect from your tour. And then I want to go through some exciting destinations. But the first thing is your tour director. When you travel with Globus, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have someone like me, that's me in the center of your screen right now, who's going to be with you 24/7 throughout your vacation. We are all experts in the region in which we're guides. And Globus is unique in how they handle their tour directors, their tour guides, because we are put into teams. And so we have a team that handles England, a team that handles Spain, Portugal, Morocco, a team that handles France, and a team in Italy, for instance, and my team, which is Central Europe. And this means anything, in my case, these are the countries: Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Hungary, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovak Republic, Bulgaria, Romania, Croatia, Slovenia. It's a lot, but it was all part of a grand historic empire, which was called the Holy Roman Empire of German Nations. And Globus divides us into these teams because they want you, our passengers, of course, to have experts in your region. You are never going to find me on a Spain bus, nor are you going to find my Spanish colleagues on a Central European bus. They keep us separated, and this is again for your benefit, and that you always will know you're going to have an expert in your bus. The tour directors, like myself, come from all walks of life. We've studied history or teaching or finance, or I even know one who's a baker. We have many years of experience. Average length of tenure with the company is somewhere between 15 and 20 years. I myself have been with the company since 1998. That means I'm in year 26. Last year, I had 2 colleagues who actually celebrated their 50th anniversary on the road as a tour director with the company. If you can imagine that, 50 years, it's incredible. It is also expected of all tour directors on the European continent that we are multilingual, and Globus says a minimum of 3 languages. Most speak more. In fact, in my case, I speak 4. So that's a little bit about your guide. And I'm standing there, actually. That was in last touring day of 2019. I was standing in Prague, and my group took one last picture of me before I said goodbye to them. When you travel with us, ladies and gentlemen, on an escorted tour, you're going to be traveling in a coach around Europe. And you know, coach tours are great because, of course, I know many of you have probably been on river cruises or you enjoy traveling in boats, but you can't see quite as much in the boat as you can inside of the bus, because we're traveling in little towns and villages and down even country lanes like you see right here. But our buses are all of the same caliber. They're all new, meaning nothing more than 5 years old. They have all the safety features that you would imagine. Plus they have video screens. We have an emergency restroom, air conditioning, the works. Important for you, the consumer, to know is when you take an escorted vacation with Globus, we have no more than 44 people inside of the bus. That's not terribly large, actually. Many of the other companies are taking 50 or even up to 55 people inside of a group. We are only 44. Our buses are also all equipped with Wi-Fi. Super important, folks, because we know that you might be working remotely, and also you like to stay in touch with your friends and family throughout the day and let them know what fun you're having when you're on a holiday with us. In addition, when you look at the programs, we have a lot of inclusions. Globus is famous for the included features on their tours. We like to say that if you're on a 14-day trip, you're going to have at least 28 inclusions. That's 2 a day. And these are things like guided sightseeing tours with local guides who join us in cities like Paris or Rome or Warsaw. And it could be an entrance to museums or churches. In this particular case, it's showing you that if you're on a Paris tour with Globus, very often the Eiffel Tower is an included feature. Inclusions are super important when you travel because you're taking a vacation to see the most important sites, and we want to provide that for you. I love this slide right here. This lady is walking down a little alleyway right in downtown Paris, and what she's showing you is that our hotels are centrally located and conveniently located, so much so that the bus can't even get into the little alleyway. And this is so important for you. It makes the most of your time and your holiday because we are staying near the historic and cultural sites that you want to visit, and we're staying in 4- and 5-star hotels. The only other thing I have to add about this slide is, can you see the shoes that lady is wearing? Please don't bring those shoes on tour. You don't need them. And look at those cobblestones right there. Oh my goodness gracious. So those can stay home. Ladies and gentlemen, as well, on our tours, we have something called VIP Skip All the Lines. And what this is this is an important component or feature of our tours. And it also is something that a portion of your tour money, the money you've spent, is going to pay for. Wherever possible in Europe, Globus is paying extra money so that we get fixed reservation times, can use the special entrance doors into museums and sites, like the Colosseum that is often included on Italy tours. And this is so, so important for you as a client and as a consumer, as our guests in Europe, because we want you to make the most of your time and we want you to enjoy yourself fully. And part of that is avoiding long lines that might last for an hour or more just to go inside of the Colosseum, for instance. And we do this everywhere at most big castles, palaces, Vatican Museum, again, even the Eiffel Tower. I love this picture right here. I think this is a lot of fun. When you travel with us, you're going to have luggage service. This means the porters are going to collect the suitcase from your room and take it to the bus and bring it upstairs to you, and then they'll bring it back to the bus the next morning. And that tour guide there on the left-hand side with the big bushy mustache, smiling, looking all happy, I can tell you why he's happy. The suitcases all got delivered by the porter down to the bus. He's checked them off name by name, and they were all there. So he's good to go for the day. The driver doesn't look so happy as he's loading the suitcases into the bus because he gets to carry the big heavy ones, load the big heavy ones. When you look at our programs and you think about traveling with us, one of the interesting parts of our programs as you're reading the program is you're going to see some elements, some tour elements marked with the little abbreviation LF. And what LF means is local favorites. And we include this on every single tour at Globus. On a tour, it could be 2 or 3 times, and these are just special features, things that people want to see or taste or drink or do. In this case, this is a garden in Vancouver. But what would a tour to Germany be without a bready pretzel and a beer as a local favorite? Or if you're in the Black Forest, oh my goodness, there's a piece of the Black Forest cake. This is one of the most famous cakes in all of Germany. It's chocolate with cherries and then whipped cream and chocolate shavings on top. This is delicious local specialty that we love in Germany. And this is a local favorite for us when we travel in the Black Forest. Also on tour, folks, when you travel with us, you are going to receive a link for a something called the Go app. Same if you travel on our Avalon waterways or you travel with Cosmos. And with this link, you get an app that goes in your phone or your device, and it has all of your tour documents, what hotels you're staying at, what the itinerary is. It also has things like currency converter and maps that work via GPS. So you're not burning up your data when you're walking around town looking at your phone. It's just GPS, and you can see where you want to go. It'll show you nearby restaurants, the works. It is super. People absolutely love it. I think now is our 4th or 5th year with the Go app, and it has just been super well received. The other part of the picture that you see, that's a black device. It says Globus family of brands on it. This is a hearing device, a listening device that you wear around your neck. You'll have it on every tour with an earpiece. And when your tour director, like myself, or your local guide is talking, you can hear them speaking. And if you're wandering off, taking pictures or whatever, we can tell you to come on back. It's just great. People love them to death. So folks, these are all typical features of our tours that you're going to receive when you travel with us. And that's why I like to cover that, so you know some of the things you have to expect. Here is another interesting thing, and I can tell you as a tour director, I am seeing this all the time now. Families traveling. Grandma, grandpa bringing the grandkids with them, or bringing their children and their grandchildren. And we have now lowered the age to 5, so it's more inclusive. You know, if you want to bring your younger grandchildren with you, you can absolutely do this. Typically, you're going to see children traveling with their parents or grandparents during the school break time. So that's like June and July, generally. A wonderful new feature. Now, I'd like to talk about some of our really exciting destinations and fun trips. And I want to start off with Switzerland and Lake Como by design. Folks, this is what we call choice touring. And on these tours, you're going to have a lot of choices that you get to make for yourself, but all these choices are fully included in your tour. And it's a wonderful tour. It starts in Zurich for 2 overnights. So in Switzerland, and then a short bus ride later, you arrive in the capital, Bern, and you continue on to Lake Geneva for your overnight on the trip. After 2 nights in Geneva, you're going to make your way down into Italy. Again, it's not a long drive, but you'll travel down into Italy and make your way all the way over to Lake Como, one of the very famous lakes in the northern Italy region. It's where many famous people have houses, like George Clooney has a house right on Lake Como. But important to note when you see these tours in your catalog is the red bubble with the white sea. And what that means when you see a red bubble with a white sea is that you have a choice to make. And that choice is an excursion that's offered. So in Lake Geneva, I'll explain how it works. When you arrive there, you're going to have the opportunity to do a couple of excursions. You can't do them all, but you get to choose what you want to do. So for instance, in Lake Geneva, that could be a visit to the 𝐈𝐍 vineyards. But maybe you're not into the 𝐈𝐍 vineyards and you prefer to go on a chocolate experience where you learn about chocolate being made and tasting some chocolates with the company 𝐾AILLE, which is a very famous Swiss brand. That's the choice. You get to choose the excursion you want to do. You can't do everything, but it's all included in your tour already. When you come to Lake Como, you have 3 overnights there. My goodness, how relaxing is that? And on those days, folks, you have on each day a choice. And so it can be a cruise on the lake, or learning how to make the Italian pasta, for instance, or even a day trip to Milan. This is, again, the by choice tours, Switzerland and Lake Como by design. The other interesting thing about these tours like this is you can see this is just 7 days starting in Zurich. I can tell you from my personal experience right now, airfares are so high Everyone is talking about it, you know, going to Europe. Oh my gosh, my ticket's $1,500. My ticket was $2,000. And they want to make the most of their journey. And we're finding a lot of people, and I see it in my buses, people are actually maybe doing 2 tours, or they're doing a Rhine cruise, and then they're finishing the Rhine cruise in Basel and hopping into a tour bus in Zurich and taking a nice relaxing by design tour down to Lake Como or whatever it is. But they're adding in different tours or days off to rest and relax in Europe, making the most of their airfare. I love this tour. I think this one is a super choice. It's a new series. We started them last year and we have 13 of them. And as you can see, there's one in Scotland. One of the choices in Scotland is you actually get to go golfing in Scotland, or a Greece by design. Switzerland we talked about. 2 different Portugal by choice touring tours. Portugal is such a hot destination. People are clamoring to go there right now. I've been a regular vacationer in Portugal since the 80s. It's a fantastic country. Also one in Umbria in Italy, and then Ireland, green with envy. Folks, as well, maybe you're not ready to go overseas yet right now, and you're thinking, no, there's things I want to see and do in the United States. Well, you absolutely can, because we have 6 of these choice by design tours in the United States as well. In addition, Globus is a huge tour operator in America. We send countless people into national parks, to Alaska, to Hawaii, foliage tours. We absolutely are a tour operator for North America and for Canada without question. I always like to show this Italy tour because I know that, again, a lot of you love or want to go to Italy if you haven't been. Maybe you want to take your family and show them Italy as well. And this is not a terribly long tour, so it would be a great tour to perhaps add into another element of your vacation, maybe staying at the beach for a bit or going on another tour. This starts in Rome, makes its way to Assisi, which is known for St. Francis, up to the Venice Islands for 2 overnights, down to Pisa. You have to get a picture of that leaning tower. Florence, the cradle of the Renaissance, beautiful city in Tuscany, and a visit to the hilltop town of San Gimignano. I'll show you a picture of that next. Finally, finishing in Rome with 2 overnights and a visit to Castel Gandolfo, which is the summer residence of the Pope. Here's San Gimignano right here, folks. Perfect picture of Italy. Grapevines, olive trees, medieval towers, church towers, and fortification walls, because this was a hillside fortified town. It's one of the true highlights in Italy. It's gorgeous. Here's a beautiful picture of Venice. That's the Grand Canal, folks. I love it. You can see the gondola with the men rowing and the tourists sitting there looking. You can see the local city boats, and of course, all the houses built right into the water. Venice is a sight to see if you haven't been. It's somewhere that should be on your bucket list. This is the tour where you'll find me more. And this is the best of Eastern Europe. This is my region where I work. And this is a fantastic tour because it really takes you through many of the countries from the former Eastern Europe that were behind the Iron Curtain. So it starts in Berlin, which is a big, huge melting pot city that was divided for decades by the Berlin Wall. We stay there 2 nights. And then it's a short bus ride over to Warsaw. From Warsaw down to Krakow, stopping at Częstochowa, which is a very famous monastery known for the Black Madonna, and continue on where you'll go on a tour at the concentration camp Auschwitz, the site of unseen horrors or untold horrors from the Second World War, but it is a part of the Polish history and culture today. Krakow, a medieval city, all the way down then to Budapest, the capital of Hungary, sitting on the Danube River. It's one of the great sights of Europe. To Vienna, the seat of the imperial empire, the Holy Roman Empire of German nations, the capital of music, and it's also the capital of Austria. Continuing up to Prague for 2 overnights, and then to Berlin, where you can fly home or move on around Europe easily to another destination. What I want to tell you about this as well is when you look at our tour maps, you're always going to see the numbers 1, 2, or 3 by the dots. That means that's where we're spending the night, and the number indicates how many nights we're going to be there. Now this tour, everything is 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, all the way to Berlin, where we go back and have 1 overnight before you fly. Why is this important? Well, folks, because when you stay for 2 overnights, you know, for instance, that you're going to have a dinner included in every city, every morning breakfast. On the first evening in a city, there's always a dinner included with Globus. And on the second day, you'll have a sightseeing tour with a local guide in the morning. In the afternoon and the evening, you have free and your opportunity to go have a free dinner, or you can join us for an excursion. But it's your time to decide what you'd like to do. People always talk about, will we have enough free time? And at Globus, for sure you will, but definitely when you see 2s on programs, you know, oh, for sure we're having free time there. I love this picture. This is in Poznan. We stop here on our way to Warsaw at lunchtime, and you can see the clock says 12:01. And the reason is that at 12 o'clock every day, those goats come out, and they have come out for a long time, and they butt each other in the head with their horns locking. And that's because Poznan's symbol is the goat. And you'll find these horned goats all over town in sculpture form or on fountains or whatever it is. And this is the town hall. This is another super tour, ladies and gentlemen, similar to the last one in the sense that much of it is behind, was former communist, but these are all major European cities that everybody wants to see. Start in Munich. That's the home of the Oktoberfest, for instance, and beer and pretzels and lederhosen and all of that fun stuff, the Hofbräuhaus. A short drive brings you to Prague, where you have 2 overnights. Prague is one of the great medieval cities that wasn't destroyed in any of the wars. Down to Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia, which is one of Europe's newest countries, founded January 1st, 1993. Down to Budapest, where you're going to of course, have an opportunity to take a boat along the Danube River and see the beautiful sights. Then up to Vienna for 2 overnights. And then after Vienna, I want you to notice something. This is really important. You can see on the map that there is a blue line, and the blue line indicates that we take a river cruise there on the Danube between Vienna and Salzburg. And it's a beautiful stretch of the Danube River called the Wachau Valley. And there they have grapevines and orchards and beautiful villages, including a village called Dürnstein, where Richard the Lionheart was kept prisoner. Then we reboard our bus and make our way to Salzburg, which is the land of the Sound of Music and the Von Trapps. You have an opportunity to visit Hitler's Eagle's Nest, and then a very short drive from Salzburg to Munich. That's not even 2 hours in the bus. So very important to note, we do not have super long days in the coach anymore. It's not our style, and we know our clients don't want that either. So we're breaking things up and shorter travel days. I love this man. This is Kumil. He's in Bratislava. He works in the sewer, and he's obviously being lazy and taking a break, and he's out there resting on the sidewalk. But who knows? Maybe it was stinky in the sewer and he had to get out. Or maybe he's just looking around and peeping at everything. So we like to call him Kumil the Peeper. And people like to rub his head. That's why it stays so golden. Here is a picture of the Danube River, ladies and gentlemen, in Budapest. Look at those beautiful lights. Look at the color of the water. That's the blue Danube. Folks, I have to tell you, this is sort of interesting. Paris is known as the city of lights because they illuminate everything at night. Budapest, even during communist time, when they were a communist country, they illuminated along their riverbanks, and it was always beautiful like this. As a result of this, Budapest is referred to as the Paris of the East. And we take boat cruises on the evening and also in the afternoon along this beautiful river. Here is another one of our by design tours. This is called Green with Envy, ladies and gentlemen, and this is Ireland. And if you haven't been to Ireland, you need to go. Ireland is one of those places, you'll never meet someone who comes home from Ireland and says, oh, I had a terrible time. Those Irish people weren't friendly at all. Not a chance. If that happens, I don't know what to say. Because Irish are fun, they have good food, they have beautiful scenery. The green rolling hills of Ireland, absolutely fantastic. And you're hitting some of the real highlights here. You start in Dublin for a night and short drive along, you know, you're stopping in Kilbeggan and Westport, and you make your way to Galway, where you're going to have another excursion on a boat out to the Aran Islands. Absolutely beautiful, ladies and gentlemen, into the Irish Sea a little bit. And then you're going to continue your journey back to Dublin, where you have your final 2 overnights. But what a great tour. You have 3 times choice on this tour, where you see again the bubble with the sea. So you're going to have excursions that you get to choose from. And it's also the kind of tour as well where you can arrive a few days early and take a few days for yourself, or at the end take a few days for yourself just to stay and soak in some more atmosphere and maybe have another 1 or 2 or 3 Guinnesses while you're there. It is a fun country. It's a place where once you go once, people keep going back. That's probably the best thing I can tell you about Ireland. People can never seem to get enough of it. Green with Envy. The Croatian. This is the tour I love to highlight, ladies and gentlemen. This is a tour in my region, and Croatia is a super hot destination for so many reasons. But if you look at my map that's here, you can see that Croatia is not just along the water. It's not just on the Adriatic. Everyone always thinks it's just this oceanfront country. It does have a big coastline, no question, but a lot of Croatia is inland, and it's actually located up towards the Alps or the foothills of the Alps. And as you look at this picture of Zagreb, the capital of Croatia, you can see the foothills of the Alps in the background. We land there for 1 night, and then we make a short journey over to Ljubljana. That's only 1.5 hours in the bus. Ljubljana, ladies and gentlemen, is the capital of Slovenia, and we stay there for 2 days in Ljubljana. And I'm going to move forward in the slide. Ljubljana is known as the city of dragons, and they have dragons everywhere, all over town. And the reason is that it's believed that Jason from Greek mythology killed the dragon that was living in that area and established then this city called Ljubljana, which is today the cozy capital of Slovenia, only about 250,000 people, and our hotel is located very centrally. You can walk everywhere. It is a beautiful city. While there, you might actually want to take a little trip to the north. About 20 miles out of the city, there's this gorgeous lake called Lake Bled. And Lake Bled is not a huge lake, but it's thought to be one of the most beautiful in all of Europe. In the background, you can see the Julian Alps, and that's the Alpine range. They start in Slovenia, and this beautiful green colored water. And you'll travel out to this little island you see right here on one of these little boats. Everyone's heard of the custom crafted and handmade gondola boats in Venice. Well, in Slovenia, they have their own as well. And these little boats hold 14 people, and you have an oarsman who actually rows you out, or does his motion, whatever you want to call it, with his big oar, out to the island in about 10 minutes so you can visit the beautiful Baroque church. Those are stunning little boats, actually, really, really pretty. So then, ladies and gents, from Ljubljana, once you leave the city after 2 days, you're going to make your way south. And the first stop is about an hour outside of Ljubljana at the Postanja Cave Park. Look at this picture. This is inside of the caves, and you're seeing stalagmites and stalactites. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, gosh, why are we even in a cave in Slovenia? What does that have to do with anything? But you have to understand is this: the country of Slovenia is like Swiss cheese. And that means it has a lot of holes or caves everywhere. Why? Well, because of the type of rock. It's a limestone, and then they have like a dolomite calcite, and the water, from the Alps rushing across it for thousands of years created caverns, big caves. And so there's caves all over the country. These are not the biggest caves, but they're the most famous caves. They are so big, folks, that you take a little train like you might ride at Disneyland or something. You ride it for about 4 minutes to get inside of the cavern before you even start your tour. Absolutely incredible. Once you've gone on the tour of the, remarkable Postojna Caves, you actually will hop in your bus and you'll ride for about another 10 minutes, and you're going to come to Predjama, which is the castle in the cave. Look at this picture. The castle is literally built into the cave. 600 odd years old, and you can't see it so well from the bottom, but that's like a cliff. And it would be so hard to conquer that castle and to besiege it. But if it ever did happen, rest assured, the people who were inside of the castle would have ample opportunity to escape, because there were tunnels that led into caves that led into various areas of the countryside. So they would be able to escape just fine. This is included on our tour, and people love it. After the visit to the castle, ladies and gentlemen, we now cross back into Croatia. So we've stayed just 2 nights in the country of Slovenia and seen some really great sights, but we go back to Croatia and we'll make our way to one of the national parks. One of the things that many people don't know about Croatia is this: about 10% of the land in their country is national park land. And because they have some remarkable scenery like what you're seeing here. This is Plitvice, what you're looking at right now. And Plitvice is a national park known for the terraced lakes. There are about 16 of these lakes, terraced, with waterfalls going between them. Look at all the little waterfalls everywhere on the left, in the center. And even when you look in the middle of the page, between those 2 lakes, you can see there are little falls there as well. And there's also a really nice walkway around the side. Plitvice, one of the great highlights in Croatia. Continuing on down the coastline to the town of Zadar. Not a big town, only about 50,000 people live there. But folks, in Zadar, they are known for Roman ruins. A lot of people think, oh, if we want to see Roman ruins, we have to go to Rome and we can see the Colosseum. No, you can see a Colosseum in Croatia. You can see Roman ruins in Croatia. Here is in downtown Zadar, and what you're looking at is an old Roman temple, and then where you see the ruins in the front, so the closest to us in the picture, those are part of an old Roman marketplace. Just right in the center of this little town, and we stop there. From Zadar, then of course we continue to our final stop on this tour, which is the unbelievable Dubrovnik, built right on the ocean. The color water, by the way, is not Photoshop. That is exactly what it looks like. A massive fortification walls surround the city, and it's not big, only about 40,000 people live there. But ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely gorgeous. And it's the kind of place where when your tour comes to an end after, being on the tour and with your group for 10 days, that maybe you want to take a few days off for yourself and enjoy the beautiful ocean, go swimming in the ocean, or you could visit some of the islands. Croatia, most people do not know this, has more than 1,100 islands off its coastline. It is a remarkable number. There are actually so many, they don't know how many islands exactly they have. It's always debated. That's the Croatian. I highly recommend this tour, and I'm going to tell you something. We have several different versions of Croatia tours. They're all fantastic, no question. But I always tell people, if they ask me, which one should I take this one, because it goes to Slovenia for 2 days, and you get to see the caves, and Lake Bled, which is so famous, and of course Predjama, not to mention the gorgeous capital of Ljubljana. It is worth the extra 2 days. It is so great. This is a tour where you'll find me often, and this is a German tour, and we call it German Highlights, and that's exactly really what it is. It starts and stops in Frankfurt, which is the big airport, and right after Frankfurt, you can see another one of those blue lines right there, and with Rhine River. And what that's telling you is we take a cruise on the Rhine River for about 2 hours as we head up the river. And we're in the most picturesque portion, or one of the most picturesque portions, between Rudesheim and St. Gorshausen. There's about 15 castles, churches, villages along the way that we visit. Then we reboard our bus, and make our way up to Cologne. By the way, Cologne, ladies and gentlemen, was also a Roman city. Its original name was Colonia Agrippina, built on the Rhine River. In Cologne, we have a nice 1 overnight visit, but then I want you to notice the line between Cologne and Berlin. It's a straight line with little dashes through it, and what that is showing you is that you will be traveling between Cologne and Berlin on a train. We don't take our touring bus. We go in the high-speed train, the bullet train, travels about 300 kilometers an hour, and we go, that train takes about 4.5 hours from Cologne to Berlin. And we do that instead of driving, because the drive, because of all the horrible traffic, takes about 9 hours now. So we go in the bus, in the high-speed rail. Globus is a company that's really interesting. They decided many years ago that they wanted to add other methods of transport to our trips because clients love it. They like going in the subway. They like taking the train. They want to go on boats, rack railroads in the mountains. And so we like to add in all these different methods as a way of really enhancing and making your trip just all that much more memorable and exciting. 2 overnights in Berlin, the capital of Germany, down to Dresden, which was firebombed during the war, but rebuilt in a gorgeous, in the gorgeous old style. Continuing on to Nuremberg, the home of toys. A visit to Rothenburg, down to Munich, and finally 2 overnights in Füssen area. And in Füssen, ladies and gentlemen, you'll visit this castle that you're looking at. This is Neuschwanstein Castle. This was built by the German king Ludwig II of Bavaria. You call him Crazy Ludwig or Mad Ludwig. We call him Romantic Ludwig or the Fairy Tale King. And he built this gorgeous structure, and you will visit it. Continuing on through the Black Forest, where you're of course going to eat your cake, past Heidelberg, where we make a nice afternoon stop, and finally coming to an end in Frankfurt. Highlights of Germany. I do this tour a lot. It's very popular, and with great reason. Germany is just a super country, and this is a very fun tour. I like people to see this next tour right here. This is a short German tour. Starts in Berlin for 2 overnights to Dresden, to Rothenburg, Neuschwanstein, the big castle again, and up to Munich for 2 final evenings. Folks, this is a great tour to incorporate in with maybe another tour, or if you just want to do a short tour in Germany because you're going to be visiting friends or family, this is it. Absolutely super. One of the real highlights about this tour is 1 overnight stay in Rothenburg. Not many tours stay overnight there because it's a small village. What you're looking at right here in this picture with that half-timbered houses and the stone city tower, this is how the whole town looks, with cobblestones everywhere, very small, surrounded by medieval walls that you can walk around on. So people love Rothenburg, and again, the whole town looks like that. So it's a real highlight. This is an excellent tour. Of course, what would a visit be to Germany without a cuckoo clock? And we stop at a manufactory on many of our tours where the family has actually been making clocks for about 6 generations now. Isn't she cute? Look at this lady right here with her red pom-poms on her head. Folks, what this is this is a traditional Black Forest dress for a young lady. But please, you cannot go to Black Forest today thinking, oh, I'm going to see young women walking around with red pom-poms on their head wearing traditional dresses. No, the teenagers and the young people dress just like they do here. But for church festival days or for town festival days, everyone will get dressed up in their typical costumes. And for young women, that includes the red pom-pom hat. And when you wear the red pom-pom hat, that means that you are single. And so the boys could see the red pom-poms from far away and they could chase after you. The married ladies actually receive a hat with black pom-pom on top. So not the red pom-pom, I'm sorry. I love to highlight this tour as well to you for something I'll explain in just a moment, but this is a great tour. Starts in Vienna, capital of music, and you continue from Vienna onto the Danube River again, take a boat cruise for a couple hours, bringing you closer to Salzburg. We stop in Salzburg for 2 overnights. We continue on to Innsbruck, which is known for the 1976 Winter Olympics, and it's a Tyrolean city, to Glitzy-St. high in the Swiss Alps, where we spend the night. And then we continue to the town of Chur, where we will get into a train. And this is one of the most famous trains in the world. This is called the Glacier Express train. And so, folks, when you're looking at this picture right here, we travel in the first class compartments of the Glacier Express train, which travels over 291 kilometers altogether, which is about 180 miles. And it goes over about 200 different bridges. Now, this is a big bridge. Many of them are quite small, through countless tunnels. And you're sitting in the panorama wagons of this train, and you'll be served a lunch just like these people are right here. And they're looking out and they're admiring the beautiful scenery. This is winter scenery right now. In the summer, it's green with snow on the peaks, but green grass and such, and streams and things you'll see in the summer. But that's a first class wagon, and they're sitting eating their lunch. This train was opened in 1930. They call it sometimes the slowest express train in the world because it takes from beginning to end. If you get on at the first stop and get off at the last stop, it takes about 8.5 hours for 180 miles. Don't worry, we go for about 4 hours on the train. And then we are in the town of Zermatt right here, and you can see it's just a village with no cars, and people love it, lots of shopping and such. And where you see the arrow, that actually is our hotel right on the main street in town. Now, as I come to the end here, there's a pretty picture, and this is a pewter cup, and this is known as a Nuremberg bridal cup or a Nuremberg wedding cup. It's made of pewter, and it has a fun story of a young boy who's an apprentice, and he's an apprentice to a goldsmith. Hard job in the Middle Ages. You lived in terrible conditions, but this boy was lucky because his goldsmith master had a pretty daughter and he wanted to marry her. So he went to his master and said, "Master, I'd like to marry your daughter." And his boss said, "No, you can't marry my daughter. You're an apprentice. You have no future. But I tell you what, I believe in love, so I'm going to give you the chance to win her hand. And how you're going to do it is you're going to figure out a cup where 2 people can drink at the same time without spilling a drop. And until then, you're banished." So off the boy went. And this is what he came up with. See it there. A lady drinking from the little cup, the man drinking the wine from the big cup, and they're celebrating their wedding. This is also my very typical wedding and anniversary gift that I like to give out. So my dear ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the end of my presentation. I hope that I've given you a better idea of what it's like to be on an escorted tour, and I hope certainly that I've whetted your appetite for perhaps a few new destinations. I think it's opening for questions, isn't it? Yeah. Oh.
I don't know whether we are going to do questions right now, but people most certainly can put on the chat line or the comment line if they have questions But I wanted to tell you, I thought that was just tremendous, Scott, honest to goodness. And I will tell you, you know how you talk about so much of the world, and it's so exciting because every time you talked about a place that I'd been to, like Dubrovnik, for example, your face lights up. Those are memories that just last a lifetime for people. But I will tell you, the other one that caught my eye, that Croatia and Slovenia together tour just looked so fabulous for people maybe that had been to Germany or been to Ireland or been wherever else. But that's what I love about Globus. You've got something for everybody there, and I think you do it better than anybody. Scott, take just a second one more time, because that Go app is absolutely world class in making somebody's trip really, really special, isn't it?
It is. Before, people used to get all kinds of different paper documents. Now it's in their hand, and it's even more comprehensive than ever because it does currency conversion. You can add your notes for the day. You can upload what did you see? What did you do? What was funny? What did you eat? And you can go home and you can review it again. It's just simply fantastic. The maps alone, the people rave about.
Yeah, Scott, I have to tell a quick story and laugh at myself. A buddy of mine, we were doing one of your tours, and we did a bike ride, and we did it on our own. We got lost, and we really got lost. And we used that app to help us find our way back. Now, that was on an Avalon river cruise ship, but the reality is Avalon is owned by Globus, so it's uses the same app. To change subjects just a second, I am thrilled now being a grandfather of now a 10-year-old grandson and a 7-year-old granddaughter. But in the years gone by, we didn't have many options to take our grandkids to, really, like what you just announced, that now kids 5 years old and older can go. And I think since the pandemic, more parents and more grandparents have wanted to travel with their kids and with their extended family. Have you found that to be true?
Oh, absolutely. They want to make the memories, and grandma and grandpa have the resources perhaps to take the family and take the grandkids, and that they have those memories that will last a lifetime. And in some ways as well, in addition to that, they want to be able to open their children's eyes to the world. And to have those opportunities are simply fantastic. I will tell you, the kids on the bus are never a problem, because the tours really have so many different elements. They don't get too bored, but if they do, Wi-Fi on the bus.
You said it right there. We'll plug them into the iPad, right? Oh my gosh!
There you go. Give them their little technology break.
Yeah. And I got to be honest with you. My daughter, from all the travels we took her on as a youngster, ended up becoming an immigration attorney because she saw so many places, especially in third world countries, that didn't have what she had been privileged to have in this country. And hey, by the way, and on that subject, Scott, do you see more and more people wanting to do what we call heritage travel, going back to their ancestors' homelands?
Yeah, you do actually. I hear it, in Germany in particular, we hear it so often. Oh, my heritage, my grandparents, people who are at the end of a tour leaving us and saying goodbye, and they're heading off on their own little adventure to go back to the village in Germany or Austria or Poland, where the family came from. Yeah. And it's great. It's super, what an opportunity.
Well, you have, I've always said, I think I have the best job in the world, but I got to tell you, I bet you have a great job there too. Because when we sell them Globus, we trust Globus so very much, we turn them over. In essence, Scott, we turn them over to you. And you do such a great job. Scott is a very good example, everyone. You can tell Scott's mild-mannered. He's incredibly knowledgeable. He's very good at communicating. He knows the history and the cultures of the area. I love the little guy that called what was the name? Yeah, the guy coming out of the sewers. I've been there too, and those stories just bring back such great memories. And that's what Globus does better than anybody's. They help people have a vacation of a lifetime that create memories that last a lifetime together. Scott, the last thing is, I know you see this probably on every tour you do. People that did not know each other when they got on that tour sometimes leave and become very good friends as the years go on from that tour, right?
Look, that happens all the time. The truth of the matter is, it's you know, they not only become friends, all of a sudden you find out they've gone on tour again together. You know, they send you a message, or you see them on Facebook later, or I get them on my bus. Oh, we met on another tour, and you know, now we're vacationing together, that sort of thing. And this is absolutely not uncommon at all. I would say it's more common than anything, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, very, very definitely. We hear it all the time, and we thank you so much for that. I want to tell everybody watching today, thank you so very, very much. Here is the travel show special that Globus is offering you. And Mimi and I want to double this amount. So if you deposit within the next 2 weeks after this show, so in essence, we're talking about what, the 23rd or thereabouts of March, off of a 23 or 24 vacation of 6 nights or more on Avalon, the river cruise line on Globus or Cosmos, or 6 nights on longer vacations. We will be on 6 nights or longer vacations. We will match that and make it $100 off. So Scott, I wanted to say thank you so very much for your time. You are very, very knowledgeable. It's very evident of that. I think that's so great. Anybody who is who got the urge to travel with some of the itineraries that you saw today, please give us a call, 816-505-1500, 505-1500. And by the way, if you want to come up tonight or know anybody else that might want to come up tonight to hear Scott and Robin, that is at 6 p.m. tonight. And again, remember, tonight is Thursday, March 9th. So I know this is being recorded and we're going to send links out, so I better say that, otherwise we'll have somebody showing up Saturday or Sunday or Monday or Tuesday. So Scott, thanks so much, appreciate it. I look forward to
It's been great. Come and see us in Europe. We'll be waiting for you. Thank you.
And we want to help you plan a vacation of a lifetime. Thank you, everybody. This is Mark Comfort, Robin Piper, Scott Widenhouse. We are here to help you plan the perfect vacation for you. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Is it all off?
Hold on just a second.
I do it right. I'm so hot. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna do a smile.
I know. I'll be like, who is that?